Hi, my name is Bright Eyes, also known as Shamiso Ayano, and for this project we're going to do, I'm going to transform this mannequin to look very close to this mannequin. And it's going to be a fun project, very easy and simple. I'm going to show you how I'm going to transfer this mannequin to look more like this one. Okay, so for this project, you want to get this right here, some fiber fill. You also need a measuring tape. You want to get some type of felt. I got this at Hobby Lobby. I'm trying to see if I have one. I know I'll open it a little bit. Yes. So it could be, you just want to get felt that's easy to sew, easy to cut, and be able to stick the pins in, right? So you also want to get a very long scissors, not scissors, zipper. And this zipper comes apart. So you want to get one of those zippers. What else? You also want to get like, I think they call it a sink. Some type of stretchy spandex material. And you want to use your own bra size. And you want to get some basting tape and scotch tape and I guess they call it bust enhancers, you know, for the mannequin. And you need muslin. And what else you need? Pattern paper. Yes, you need pattern paper to put the patterns on. And I will show you how to do everything yourself. You could do this once you got everything at your own home. You will create your own patterns, okay? Okay, so before I take my measurements, it also comes with here. When you purchase the adjustable mannequin, you write down your measurements right here. I haven't wrote it down yet because I am going to do some measurements. So before I do some measurements, I just want y'all to know I do not have on a bra and my tummy is sticking out a bit, and I don't want to take my measurements that way because the garments, once I drape it or sew it or anything, it won't look flatter on my body. So what I'm going to do is go change and get a bra, take my measurements and snatch this waist, and then I'm going to take my measurements. So I'll see y'all later, okay? I'll be right back soon. Okay, so I just came back. I finished changing. So as you can see, I have on a bra. I also tuck in that tummy, got the tummy snatch, as you can see. And I already took my measurements, and I'm going to show you how to do it on the mannequin. But you see how I look? Very mindful, very cutesy, very demure. So, once you're done, they have a chart here that tells you where to put your measurements. And I added something to this chart. I added above the bust and below and the apex. So that's not included with this. So you could write that down because that's important when we try to customize our mannequin. So you're going to measure around your neck of how wide you want it. you're gonna measure how wide the neck should be. So, you see my neck is, how much is my neck? Let's say 14 and a half. It's about 14 and a half. Okay? And let's see. Above the bust, let me see how much is it above the bust. Above the bust, okay, so it's like 34. Let me see below the bust. Let's see how much that is. Below the bust. So I definitely gotta do some adjustments. Below my bust is 31. So this is like 29. So yeah. Let's see. The most important thing is below the bust. Worry more about that. So I want to get it like at least, it just snapped into place. I want to get it like about 31. So, and then my waist is 33. And 1/4. So, the waist is small. Okay, so I'm gonna focus more on the bust. So below my bust is 31 1/4. So it's not quite there. Let's see, how much is it now? Below my bust is about, should be like, not quite there yet. I think the back does open up. Okay, I think that's tightening it. Okay, it's not working. Okay, now it's opening up. It's opening up now. Going down. Okay, let's see how much this is going to be. See how much I got. Okay. It's almost quite there, but not quite. Okay. Below the bust is 31 1/4. Let's see if it could go any. It does have a chart that tells you what's the widest it could go up to. Okay, on my phone, so the widest for the bust is 40. The waist is 33, the hips is 42. So the bust could get bigger. Okay. All right, so we'll see if I could get it more wide. That might be too wide. Oh, it's not too wide. I thought it would be. It's almost there. see what's the bust size for this. It says 35. It's almost close. I'm gonna open the back a little bit. Let's see. It's 30. 31. I'm gonna open up the back. Open up the. Let me open up the hips too. And the waist. Maybe that might open up the top part. Uh-oh. Forgot I had this. Now it's going to be too big. Okay, the hips. 37. I'm gonna pause it because y'all already saw me how I adjusted. So I'll see y'all soon. Okay, now, so I did the best I could to get it as close to the measurements that I wrote down on paper. So below the bust, I have 31 and a quarter, and it's exactly 31 and a quarter. I thought I was 31 and a half, so that's perfect. The waist is 29, my waist is 33. Let me see, my hips is 43, this is exactly 40Y. So whatever I'm not able to fix with these measurements, I would substitute for them. Okay, so the next thing we're gonna do is put on the bra on the mannequin. Just the bra side. Okay. It probably doesn't need any pattern. Like, I probably don't need this. So I'm not gonna bother to use this because I really don't need it. The bra works fine. Gonna stuff her. Okay, maybe I might need it. Okay, this might be too much. I could get it to lay down flat the way it was when it was like empty. That's too much in there. Okay, we'll see. Let me see, maybe I might need it. It's already padded. Let's see. Okay. So let's measure. I measure above 36 inches. Make sure it's 36 inches above the waist. I mean the bust. And it's a little too much. 37. So I'm like an inch. Okay. Let's see how. I'm going to measure again above the waist, above the bust, I mean. It's close. That's good. 36 above. Okay, and let's see, I measure 38. For the bust, should be 38. It's 39. It's too big. It is too big. Take some of this stuff out. I told y'all I'm small. Okay, try it again. It feels empty. Maybe what I'm gonna do is like tape it. I'm gonna just stuff it back and push it more against here, and hopefully I'll get it to 38. So now I'm going to take my duct tape This duct tape is not good. I bought this off of that Amazon. I'll be right back. Okay, this duct tape is really bad. See how easy it comes off? This is really bad duct tape. So this one I have knocking about in my house. Only have very little bit of it. Try to save some. I will use the whole thing, but I don't have enough duct tape. So I'm gonna try to use as much as I can. See, try to save as much as I can on the duct tape. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't use this bottom part. It's already sticking. You know, just probably this. I wonder if it'll make any difference if I use this, because it just comes off. Let me see if it made any difference. Make sure. Okay, so I didn't want to bore y'all, so all I did is take some duct tape. This duct tape is not the best. I didn't know. I bought it off of Amazon. I didn't do any research. But get a really strong duct tape to work with. So all I did is took the duct tape and cover all the spaces that was open, as you could see. And completely, like, if this gap is not that bad, so I'm not gonna bother to tape this part, but like all these open gaps, you know, I just cover it with duct tape. Okay, so now, okay, so you can see I completely taped the body. So now I'm gonna get this tight bodysuit and put it over my mannequin. I don't want the tape to come off, so I'm just making sure it gets over this. Okay. Right. How I'm gonna do this. Okay. Perfect. Right. Okay. Okay, you can see how it looks. Now, I'm gonna, let me measure it and see if it's to my body weight. Let's measure it. Okay, it's just a little inch bigger than I want it to be by the bust, above the bust. almost 36, 36 and a half. Let's see if it's below the bust, see how much that is. Below the bust, 31 and a half exactly. Let's see, the bust. Measure to check the size. It's about exactly my bust. It's exactly my bust size. Let me see the waist. Supposed to be 33 for the waist. 29. So the hips supposed to be 43. See how the hips. Up. Okay, the hips is 41. So I am going to stuff the waist. Let's see if I could distribute it. Get it to my size. Get it smooth. Okay, so now I'm going to measure the waist. Thirty-two. Need it be a little bit more. You know what? It's like, okay. I was like, don't want to bore y'all. I think this is good, right? Okay, so now I'm just gonna, now it's sticking out, the stuff is sticking out through the clothes. Okay. Let's see. Put the waist. 32. It's 31. It's 31. So I'm going to add some more to the sides. This is crooked. This is uneven. Okay, that's better. Make sure it looks a little even. So let me do the butt. Alright, so this is the best I could do, get it close to my size. And I thought about it because I was trying to make it perfect, but from the waist down, it's not really that important because you're going to make a dress. That's the best thing you could do with this type of mannequin. You could just make dresses. But from the waist up, it's very accurate. So I'm fine, even though the hips are like an inch or 2 inches off. I think that's fine because when you go from the waist, you could flare the bottom. So it's not that big a deal that, you know, like the hips is not exact. The widest I could get this, they say it's a 43, I think, on the website, but the best I could do was a 41. But that's fine. But the top, above, below, and the waist is accurate. So after I finish getting everything that I want, the next step is I'm going to base the whole body. I'm going to tape the whole body. Oh, this is super thin. And I'm just going to do half of it. Right, so just base the whole body with with basting tape. So I'm gonna pause the video because y'all don't need to see me base the whole mannequin, so I'm gonna base the whole mannequin. Okay, so right now I finished taping the first part of the form, so I'm gonna mark it to make a pattern. First I'm gonna go where the neckline is, I think right here, and I'm just gonna mark where I think the neckline will be, right? The shoulders right here, and this is where the shoulder line will meet. So you just want to mark where you feel the neckline is going to be, right? So it's a straight line, and try to find where the center is. You see there's a space there, so or maybe get a ruler out because I have all this tape. How to get a ruler so I can know where my center line is. I have a space here, so try to get as perfect as I can. Okay. Okay, so where is the bust? I'll say probably here is the bust. Let's put like an X here. And this arm shot, probably want to measure like 5 inches from this line here. Let's see, at least 5 inches, and that meets right here. Five. And at least half an inch below the armhole, right? And so we'll just mark our armhole here. And this mark. Right. How would I do this? Okay. Try to fill for the side seams. So this is a space. Which is try to fill where the waistline is gonna be right here. You see this dent? So this is probably where my waistline, the smallest part of my waistline. Get my ruler. I just want to mark where I think the waistline will be. Where will my waistline be? That's where the waistline, the breast. Now how I'm gonna do this? Okay, it doesn't show where the princess line is. The princess line should be half of 5 inches. So this is 5 inches, and my princess line should be here. And this is where you could fill the straps. So from this line, I'm gonna draw a straight line from here to here. And you know what? I'm gonna dot here. just creating a line around it, like if I'm making a heart-shaped bra. Okay, and do the same thing here. Make a shape. Okay, I guess that's it. Center front. And I'm gonna call this center front. So that's my pattern. And I'm gonna take off this pattern, make sure all the tape is stick together. So now I got my pattern for the center front. Now I'm going to do the same thing, tape the back, do the exact same thing. Okay, so now I just did the back, and it was a lot easier to work with because there's no curves, you know, it's just straight. So this is the back, and I'm gonna mark where I believe my neckline is, and just put right here, and just try to get an idea where the neckline is. And I believe this will be the armhole, the shoulders. Right, and then I want like 5 inches from that neckline. Measure like 5 inches. So I know where to stop. Probably add a little more, 5 inches. Might add like 1/8. See. the waistline. Waistline is here. See where this dent? So this should be like the waistline. The waistline. Try not to move my hands. That's right. Center. Back. Okay, so I'm just gonna dot, and the 1/2 inch underneath the armhole is about this much, and the side seam is this way, and we're gonna just dot, 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 dot. Dot, 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 dot. So this mark where you're going to have your armhole, mark where you're going to have the waistline, and you can fill the stuff, right? The waistline is probably here. Let's fill the dent in the mannequin. Okay, so now I need to figure out where the side seams are. So I'm going to get my ruler and get the side seam. Here. Okay, I think that's it for that's it for the center backs. That was very easy. So now that I'm done, I'm going to take this off. Now stick in. Make sure it's all come off. It doesn't come apart. Looks like it wants to come apart. Oh no, it's coming apart. Okay. Gotta be gentle when taking this thing off. Okay. Okay, I had to cut some pieces off because they were sticking together, but this is what it looks like so far. This is the center back, and I'm gonna put it together and we're gonna make our pattern. All right, I'll see y'all later. Bye. Okay, so I just want to show y'all what the pattern looks like, and I'm going to transfer it on paper and make my own pattern for this mannequin. Alright, I'll see y'all soon. Okay, so what I did, I just put paper on the table, paper that I don't really need, because I'm not sure if the ink is going to go through the paper, and I don't want my table to get messed up. So as a caution, I just have, I'm just using the paper on the table. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, this pattern that I made, I'm going to lay it flat. I'm going to lay it flat on the paper and try to smooth it out on the paper, because eventually I'm going to draw on it, try to get it as smooth as possible. So while I'm going to do that for both the pattern, so in the meantime, I'm going to try to straighten it out on the paper. So I'll see y'all soon. Okay, so the back, I lay it flat, but because the center front got the bust and it got a curve, I don't want to lay it out flat. I wanted to draw the lines first before I lay it out flat, so I could cut it, so I could get to lay it down flat better. So I need to cut it first, and therefore I have to draw the lines first before I cut it, so it could lay flat better. Okay, so center front here. Okay, so I just got to do this curve. I'm just going to do this curve first. I'm going to get my French curve. Okay, so just draw this line here. Okay, so we do this. Okay, it's sticking together. So okay, so okay, perfect. So I'm just going to cut this line. Let's hurry up and do the lines. Which way is it? Okay. Okay, so once you're done cut out your pieces, you're gonna lay it on paper and you're gonna trace it. It's better to use a pencil, but because I'm videotaping, I'm using a marker. So y'all can see what I'm doing better. But it's ideal. I'm gonna put this on a separate paper because I need room for seam allowance. So let's put it on a separate paper. Right. Should I have space to do this seam allowance? Yeah, so we're gonna do some pattern making and make sure you label your pieces. The center back here. Okay, I'm just gonna do this one first. Make sure I have all my pieces together. Okay, so let's see. I don't have enough paper for this. Whatever paper you have, just use that. Here. Hopefully it's still not enough. You know, I need more paper. It's not enough. Get some more paper. Okay. I'm just gonna measure here. About 10 3/4. 10 3/4. 10 3/4. Inch and 1/8. Okay, so I'm just taking the length of this and adding on to this because this is shorter. You know, this piece is shorter, as you can see right here. So it's still not lining up. So I probably didn't measure it right. Should line up. Okay, 10. So I'm gonna put 11 inches. Should line up. Okay, that looks like it's not enough. So we are going to what is the measurements here? 1.5 inches. Inch and a half. Inch and a half. I'm gonna add 1.25 inches all around for ease. And this seam allowance. You know what? I'm gonna add 1.25 inches for each all around. So I'm gonna add for ease, because I'm gonna use 2 fabrics. I'm gonna add like 1/4 inch all around for center front. So I'll see y'all later, okay? Okay, so I'm just gonna explain to y'all what I did. Okay. So what I did, I added 1/4 inch for ease, cause I don't know if it's gonna be super tight. So it's better that it be more loose than tight, because you can always adjust, right? And I'm using 2 fabrics to sew it into one piece. So I think 1/4 inch all around will give it enough space, right? So this extra line here is going to be the seam allowance. This extra line here is the seam allowance that I add a 1/2 inch seam allowance. This is my gray line. And for the center front, I'm going to cut everything on the bias. I think it's so I can have more stretch stretch. So just for the center front. On the center back, I'm not going to cut it on the bias. I'm just going to leave it. I just realized something here. I need a princess seam. I'm going to draw, normally a princess seam is about 3 inches from the center front. So I'm just going to add a princess line here. I'm going to put my markings. This is for right here is the center front. So add 3 inches from the center front. Should have like a seam, you know. Seam 3 inches. I'm just gonna add 3 inches from the center front line for the princess line. And I realized I need a princess seam. Measure 3 inches from this line. It's best if it has a princess seam. So okay, so what I did, this is the center front. I added 3 inches from the center front to bring down a princess seam, right? And I make a straight line from here, because this is more accurate than here, because it moves. So from here, I just make a straight ruler, I mark here, and I measure 3 inches here to get this straight line. I realized that I need an extra piece. I'm gonna have to cut this. I'm gonna have to cut this for a, to add. I'm gonna have to cut this. Okay, so this is the top, this is the bottom. Where's the waistline? Okay, this is the waistline. It's right, it's about here. It's the waist grain. Okay, so this is fine. This is fine the way it is. So this will be the new line. I'm gonna have to use marker for everything. Okay, so that's gonna be my new line. Phew. Whew. That sneeze. Okay. I'm going to cut off the seam allowance. Okay. Oh yeah, before I do that, I gotta put a glue on. So you mark your gray line. If it's to the front. And then put like a line there so we know where to sew. Right? Okay, so I'm gonna put the notches. So you want okay. So there you have it. The center front. Now I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna add a 1/4 inch, and I'm gonna do the same thing like I did with this pattern. So I'll see y'all later. Okay, so I already cut all the pieces. This is what it looks like. This is just the center front. Okay. Let's make this right here. Now, if you do this at home, use a pencil and put it on pattern paper. I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing, and I'm using markers because I'm filming. It's hard to see with a pencil, but I would have preferred to use a pencil, but because I'm doing the video, it's better to use the marker so y'all can see. So this is what it looks like when you're done. This other piece. Doesn't look like it fits, but it does. It's just curved. That's why. Okay, let me move this out the way. I just want to show y'all how it looks. This is the center front. So that is the piece for the center front for the mannequin. Okay, so let's see if y'all can see better. Okay, so now I'm gonna put this aside. So my patterns are already done for center front. Now we're gonna do center back. Okay, so from right here, I'm gonna put, this is supposed to be almost 5 inches. This is 5 inches and a half. 5 inches, not 5 inches and a half. 5 inches and 1/16. So I'm gonna put like a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half and 1/16. 2 and a half, and a mark here. And I'm gonna just do a straight line for 3 inches. For the back. And I'm gonna lift up the tape here. so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut it along this line. Okay, this starts sticking. And just be gentle and be careful when you're lifting it up. Okay, so I'm gonna cut along the line here, and you want 1/2 inch for the dart. So I'm gonna just push it and I'm gonna lift this up. Try not to separate it. Okay. And you want like you want the space to be like 1/2 inch. Okay. So I just open it up about 1/2 inch. In case y'all didn't see this, I cut along 3 inches of the line here, and I moved the tape, spaced it out about 1/2 inch right here. Okay, so you're gonna cut 3 inches. You're gonna take your ruler. You measure 2.5 right here. You draw a line 3 inches down. You're gonna cut it and you're gonna open 1/2 inch where the shoulder is. Okay, so from here, it's going to be 3 inches from the back, center back line, 3 inches and 1/4, and 3 inches and 1/4. You're going to measure here. Okay. So we're going to have 3 inches. I'm going to take the ruler, and from the waistline, this is the waistline, we'll take the ruler straight across. And we're going to measure we're going to make sure this line is horizontal to the waistline. And we're going to bring it straight across here, like this. Okay? And we're going to draw 3 inches above And then from this line, you're going to go horizontal. And you're going to mark your notches, so you know where it is. Mark your notches. The center back, A, center back, B. Okay? And we're going to mark our notches here too. Let me put the line. I'm going to mark here, here. And now we're going to add, this is going to remain the same, now it's going to change. We're going to add a 1/4 inch all around here. Okay, but nothing's going to change. The insides is going to remain the same. And then we put a notch here as well. And I'm going to add a 1/4 inch and a seam allowance all around. I'll add a 1/4 inch for ease. It's better, for better results, it's best to use a pencil. But because I'm filming, I'm using a marker. But if you want really good results, it's better to use a pencil. Try not to mark up my ruler. So it's just 1/4 inch all around, right? And then we're going to add 1/2 inch for the seam allowance. draw the table. Shit. Supposed to do 1/2 inch. I made a mistake and put more. 1/2 inch. Made a mistake and add more seam allowance. Try to rub it. See if I get rid of the ink. Okay. So now I'm gonna cut it. No, it's supposed to be a 1/4 inch. Oh, I measured wrong. Because I add a 1/4 here. Oh. 1/2 inch. So I made a mistake. It's supposed to be 1/2 inch. Okay, so I add a 1/4 inch here, and I measure it wrong. It's a 1/4 inch plus a 1/2 inch. So I gotta fix it. Let me fix this tape. Okay, so we go here and okay, 1/2 inch. I go for okay, for this part, you're just gonna add 1/2 inch. You're not gonna do anything to it. Add to 2 notches. Oh shit. So I'm just going to add 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch all around. Just I'm just going to add 1/2 inch all around. Okay, hopefully A, B. The last one is do 1/2 inch. Okay. Oh yeah, nauseous. Make sure I have my nauseous. Alright, so that is all my pieces for the center back. So I'm going to show y'all how it looks together. This is A, B, pieces, center back. So those are the patterns for center back, and when I am done cutting the pieces for it, then we're going to sew it together. Alright, I'll see y'all later. So I'm going to use two fabrics. Go and cut some ends. So, I'm thinking, how should I do this? You know, I'm thinking this should go on the ankle, because this is center back. So everything else, I'm going to have it on the angle because I want it on the bias. This part is fine. The center back is fine the way it is, but everything else, I'm going to put it on the bias. because of the curve of the body, so it can fit better. Okay, I'm placing them on an angle because this is the front, and this fabric, the canvas fabric, muslin, doesn't have any forgiveness. Okay. So I'm just gonna cut it on an angle so it will have a better stretch. Okay, I just pinned up this, so I'm just gonna cut it now. Okay, I just want to show y'all what the pieces look together. This is center front, so this is what it looks like. And you can see how the notches are lining up. So what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna sew center front together. So I just want to give y'all an idea how it looks apart, and afterwards I'm going to show you how it looks sewn together. Okay, all right, I'll see y'all later. Bye. Okay, so I just want to show y'all this is what's going to be. These are the pieces. Okay, so before you start sewing, make sure you mark your notches so you know where to sew. This is very important because I cut on the bias. It's very thick, so I have to cut it. I cut on the bias, and you have to know where the notches is so you can know where you have to sew it. Okay, so I just wanted to mark it. Okay, so this is what it's gonna look like. So I want to show you. I already sewed these two together, right? This I left alone. These three pieces I sewed together, and I zigzag because this is where the bust is. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to serge the raw edges, and I'm also going to zigzag right here. Only this part, only the bust part I'm going to zigzag. Okay, and I'm going to sew everything together, and then it's going to look like one piece. Once it's sewn, it's going to look like this, one whole piece. So after you so that's the first step you do. The first, you sew these two pieces together, the bust and the top part, which is like this. You sew them together first. Make sure you put your notches so you know where it goes. And just like right here. So now that since I already finished sewing these pieces together, I'm going to sew it as one piece. And then I'll show y'all what to do next. Okay, so I have finished sewing this and I want to show y'all something. I zigzag on the bust line because this is where it has the most stretch and curve. I'm going to show y'all what it looks like on the inside. I have pressed it, ironed it out, opened my seams, and this is how it's going to look once you finish sewing. So this is one side of the mannequin. So I just want to show you how it looks like on the mannequin. Pretty, almost a fit. It's almost done, as y'all can see. One side of it. So once I do the other side, it should be done. So I'm going to do the same thing to the other half, just like here, and sew everything just like the other half. Okay, so right now I finished sewing the front part of it, as you can see, and I zigzag by the bust line because that's where you're going to find mostly the stretch. That's where it's curved the most. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the left and the right and sew it together to make one piece. So like half an inch here to make one piece of the garment. Okay, so I have finished sewing the fabric together, and this is both of them, or the front, as y'all can see. I made a mistake right here and sewed it backwards, but I didn't want to start all over because I already serged it, so I left it alone. And this is supposed to be inside, so it's not like anybody's gonna see it anyway. So after y'all finish sewing the front, I would suggest y'all sew it like this. And y'all mash the armhole together. And just only sew this part. So half an inch like that. And just only do the armhole and sew half an inch here. Okay, so now I'm going to start sewing center back. It's going to be really easy because it's just a straight stitch, while center front has so many curves for it. So center front was harder. So I already did the hard part, so I'm going to do the easy part, which is sewing center back. So before you sew it, make sure you cut your notches, you clip them so you know where it goes, where to place them. Make sure you clip your notches. So right now I'm going to sew this and this together, and I'll be right back. Okay, so right now, as you can see, I sewed the back already. Right here, I serged it. I don't know what type of fabric this is. I would suggest you get a felt fabric, but this type of fabric it sheds a lot. That's why I serge it. If you get a fabric that doesn't shed a lot, you don't need to serge it. But definitely for the woven, I definitely serge it. Okay, so this is how it looks together now that I sew it. And I place the darts where the dart's supposed to be. If y'all can see. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to sew the pieces together as one. And the zipper is going to be here. This is where I'm going to place my zipper when I'm done sewing the piece. But we will do the zipper last. But I'm just letting y'all know. Okay, so as of right now, as y'all can see that I finished sewing the back. The pieces that's for here, I forgot to bring it out. I would have laid it up here. But this is how it's gonna look once the back is done, as y'all can see. So the next step is to drape the mannequin before we completely sew the pieces together to fit the mannequin. We drape it and fit it on the mannequin first. Okay, so now I'm gonna drape the mannequin. Okay, I'm gonna use the marker, but when you're draping the mannequin, always use a pencil. I'm only using the marker so y'all can see what I'm doing. So the first thing I'm gonna do is drape center front. I already stitched the armhole here. That's the only thing I did. I just stitched along the seam allowance. And where the center, I'm going to try my best to get it at the center. Right? And put as much pins as you can to hold this up. So I'm going to fit the front first. I'm just focusing more on the left side, on this side more, but still try to make it perfect on the mannequin. I remember when we were using the tape, right, underneath the armhole, the arm, I measured 1/2 inch below this arm, so where my seam allowance is, it should be like this, underneath the arm, okay? So we're gonna drape and we're gonna use a lot of pins to hold this in, to hold this the center front. Okay. Use as much pins if you have to hold the garment together. You just want it to be smooth, okay? You don't want to pull it, but you want it to fit it tight too. You want it smooth, no wrinkles, all right? Okay, so far it's looking good. the side seam just like this. And it looks like I got an added piece here. And just push it up and pull more here. Okay, so you push it up. Don't worry about what's going on here, right? And you're gonna pull it. I'm gonna put more because as I pull here, this is shifting. I don't want this to move. So I'm gonna add more pins to prevent it from moving. I can feel the side seams. I can feel it right here. You pin along the side seams. And try to feel the side seams where the garment is. Feel it here. See? That's where the side seams are. Try to feel the side seams. I'm gonna keep pinning until I feel where the side seams are. Okay, this is my new side seams here. This is the new side seams. Now I'm going to pull it, but I don't want this to move. And we're gonna do the same thing here. This is supposed to be like, now there's a resistance right here. I'll make sure it's correct. Yes. I'll push pin here. Feel the side seams here. Pin as much as you can. So to me, I gotta pull in more. Because it hardly got any side seams. So I'm gonna pull it more. Because it needs. I'm just pulling back. Okay, the side seam is this way. Sorry. Side seams. This is where the side seams is. And try to feel for the side seams. This is where the side seams is. And I'm trying to feel where the side seams is. Okay. I'm trying to pull it. Okay. Okay, so now that I finished doing the side seams, this is very important. I'm gonna now take my hands and like push up and smooth this part. Take my hands and like smooth here. Smooth here. And try to find where the line for the armhole is and make this very smooth. And I'm gonna pin. And do the same thing here. I'm gonna take my hands and smooth here and pull and try to make it look really, really smooth and pull. Get rid of all these wrinkles and pin. Oh boy, it came off. Try to pin as much as you can to hold it good. We'll just pin as much as we can to hold up the stuff. To mark where our arm, our shoulder line is going to be. Okay, so this is like 1 inch here, and I want this to be where my neckline is. So I'm gonna mark here. Okay, so this is 1 inch, and this is like 1 inch below. So this is like 2 inches. And this is where my shoulder line is going to start. This is where my shoulder line is going to start. So y'all can see where the shoulder line starts. Take my hands and mark here. I'm gonna move the line above. I'm gonna change the line here. I think it looks better more up. I'll just take my finger . It's not looking the same. Try to line it up with this one. Oops. I'll just mark it here. Okay, just like 1/2 inch, you go half an inch in, and that's going to be your new armhole line. And try to blend this. This is going to be the new armhole, and try to do the same for this one. Go in horizontal, 1/2 inch in. Sorry. And before I do that, I want to measure to make sure it's even. I like this side better. I'm gonna leave it because it's not matching with the other side, so I'm gonna leave this. But it's important to mark where you want the line here to be, okay? And here I'm gonna mark where I want my side seams to be. This is also important. This is where I stitched the armhole. Now I'm just only marking the side seams. So this is going to be my new side seams. Okay, and I'm going to do the same for the other side. So this is 1/2 inch. This is my new side seams. Okay. So now I'm gonna remove the pins from the mannequin and mark my new side seams. So I'm just gonna remove the pin off the mannequin now. Okay, so I just finished draping the fabric on the mannequin. So I'm gonna make a new line where the shoulder line is gonna be. So this is all you do after you make adjustments. This is gonna be my new shoulder line. This is my new neckline. This right here is my new shoulder line. The inch right here, 1/2 inch cut with a okay. Make sure this is showing. Okay, and this is going to be 1/2 inch. Like 1/2 inch. Okay. All right, 1/2 inch. Okay. And here. She is. So then I'm gonna fold it in half because I want it to match up because I couldn't get it to match the other side. So what I'm going to do is fold this in half. Make sure it's fold in half where the seam is. Let me go get my pins. So only where the seam is, we're gonna fold it in half and cut right here. And we're gonna leave the side seams alone because they're not the same. This side is bigger than this side, so I'm gonna leave it alone because I already marked where the side seams is. But for the top part, I couldn't match it. So I'm gonna fold it like this in half and cut it so it could be even. So this part where the seam is, you wanna make sure it's folded exactly there so you could get it done evenly, okay? So I'm gonna smooth it out where the seams is gonna be. I'm gonna pin right here. Don't worry about here. Don't smooth it here because this is the bust. It's gonna have air in it. So you just leave that alone. I gotta get my scissors. I'll be right back. Okay, so right now I got my scissors, so what I'm gonna do is cut along here. Okay, so this is, now that I cut it, it's not stitched all the way because I cut off the seam. We're gonna drape it back to the mannequin to see how it looks now that is cut. And look how I was able to get it almost exactly the same. And I'm gonna mark my armhole. And this should be the shoulder. I'm gonna mark like 1/2 inch. The armhole is supposed to be like this. I'm gonna leave it and see what happens. Cause the armhole meets here. Oh yeah, let me do the neckline. Okay, so that is the neckline. So we're gonna drape it back on the mannequin. Now I'm gonna drape the mannequin again. So we're gonna just drape it to see how it looks now on the mannequin. Now that I cut it, to see how it fits. Okay, look at that. Perfect. It's perfect. So the next thing we're gonna do is drape the back. Okay, so we're gonna start on center back now. Since I already drape the front. Now we're going to drape the back. So this is what I did. So what you're going to do, you're going to stitch along the armhole and pin the center together, because this is where we're going to put our zipper when we're done. Right here, you're going to stitch along the armhole and pin where the center back is. So now I'm going to take my mannequin and I'm going to pin the back. Okay, so I'm just going to pin the back right now and drape the back to make sure everything is fine. Let's see here. Move this. It fits the arm perfectly. So now I'm just pinning. This is perfect, by the way. I don't have to do any changes except for the neckline and the armhole, but it's like fitting good, right? So right now I'm just working on the side seams. And I'm just gonna pin where I think the side seams are. I'm gonna mark my side seams by just pinning where I think the side seam is. So try to fill where the side seams are, and that's where you're gonna pin. So the side seams, okay, it's not there. So you just try to fill. So based on the back is fine. I will have to add more to the side seams here, both sides. So what I'm gonna do is mark my new, where I will have my new shoulders. I don't have to do anything to the neckline, but I just gotta take a little bit off the shoulders. Where did I put my pen? And I'm gonna favor this side. Oh yeah, I gotta do the shoulders. It's gonna be like 1/2 inch from here. Just 1/2 inch. It's perfect. I don't have to do anything here. So it's just 1/2 inch. But and I gotta take off here 1/2 inch. So I'm just marking where I think my armhole should be. So this will be the new armhole. Oh yeah, I gotta do the side seams. And this is my new arm side seams. I'll do the same thing here. Mark my new armhole. Okay, this will be the new side seams and the armhole. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, I'm gonna mark where I want the armhole to be. I'll mark the new line for the armhole. And this is gonna be the line where my side seams is gonna be. And I'm going to do the same mark where I want my side seams to be. And I'm going to fold this. And I'm going to mark where I think my armhole line is going to be. The new armhole line. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to go back and drape on the mannequin. Probably should just put a line here as well before I drape on the mannequin so I know where the armhole is. Oh, I knew. Okay, so I'm going to drape the back again, and I cut off the arm, a little piece of the arm, and I'm going to see how it looks now on the mannequin. That's the only change that happened, was the armhole. See how it looks. Put it right here. See how it looks. There's a pin right here. Okay. Looks pretty good. So what I'm going to do now, I'm only going to stitch on the armhole for now. And I'm going to do the same thing for center front. I'm going to go now and stitch on the armhole. And then I'm going to put it together with the center front and center back. And then we'll see how it looks afterwards. Yeah, so I need some more fabric to work with. So I'm gonna cut it, you know, I'm making sure it is flat. Yeah, so okay, so yeah, I just needed some more fabrics to work with to do the side seams. So I'm just cutting extra fabric right now. So I have enough. I'm gonna sew them together. I just want to show y'all. So I think this is the back. So I'm just gonna sew these fabrics together, like right here, so I could have extra to work with. And same thing for the center front. I already sewed the armhole together for the front and the back, so now I'm gonna add this to the side seams and put it back on the mannequin and see how it goes. And if everything works out, I'm gonna sew everything together. Okay, so I'll see y'all soon. Okay, so what you see I'm doing right now, I just drilled the center front on top of the center back. I sewn in the extra pieces to the sides because I didn't have enough fabric to do the sewing for the side seams. So that's all I did. I just added an extra piece of fabric, sewn it together so I'll be able to sew the dress as one piece. Okay, so what I'm gonna do now, I forgot to film, but I'm gonna mark the side seam so I know where to sew, and I'm gonna cut it because I already measured my side seams. So I'm gonna cut like 1/2 inch of where I want, so I know where to go. Let me mark. This is going to be my new seam allowance. I already marked this. Oh boy. Okay, so right now what I'm going to do is I forgot to film, so I'm marking my side seams where the dots are. So now I'm going to ask for the seam allowance. ½ inch seam allowance. Same thing goes for here. This will be my new seam allowance. And this is the center back. And now I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna leave the middle part alone because that's the last part, is to put in the zipper. And this is gonna be my new side seams. So this is the new side seams. And do the same thing for here. This will be my new side seams. And then I'm going to sew ½ inch on the neckline. So let's see if I can have y'all see. For the center back, this part is going to be sewn. Right? So ½ inch. I'll try to make that look a lot neater. Okay, so that is done. So that is center back. And the next one is the front. Okay, so this is my new front. Where's the... Okay, I'll just use this ruler. So this is the new line for the side seams for the center front. Just follow along where the dots are. Okay. The same thing I'm going to do for the other side. This will be my new seam for center front, side seam, center front. Try to get as close as possible. Okay. And then I'm going to mark ½ inch. 1/2 inch. And that's the new side seams for center front. And I'm going to do the same thing here. 1/2 inch on the side seams. That's where we're going to cut. Half an inch on the side. Half an inch. Same thing here. And I'm going to mark 1/2 inch on the shoulders for seam allowance because this is too much. The shoulders line. Okay. And now I'm going to cut the seam allowance. Okay, it's not marked. I'll make sure. Okay, do the same thing for the other side. Mark 1/2 inch. Okay, so after that, what I'm gonna do is I'm only gonna sew the neckline just like I did with the side seams. Because let me see this one. This one is sewn. Okay, they're both sewn. So just like I stitched the same thing, just like on the side seams, I'm gonna stitch on the neckline like that. And I'm gonna do the same thing with the center back. And I will be right back to show y'all the rest. Okay, so I just sewed the neckline, right? So if y'all have like a bone, this is a bone. And I'm just gonna just take it and just, you know, press along the seams, because that's where I'm gonna iron it. I don't want to top stitch it. If you want to top stitch it, that's up to you. But I'm just gonna iron it that way. And same thing with the arms, along the armhole, you know. Just trying to open up the seams more. Right? You're going to turn it, you're going to stitch along the neckline and turn it inside out. And when I'm done doing this, I'm going to iron it. And for the back, that's what I did. I stitched the neckline, the armhole. I'm going to do the same thing with the bonelet, and then I'm going to iron it. So I'll see y'all later. Okay, so what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to sew the shoulders together and the side seams together. I'll do the zipper last. Okay, so now I'm gonna sew the whole thing together except for the center, because that's when I'm gonna do the zipper, and I have to do one more fit. So right now I'm just gonna sew everything together because I want the final fit is to get the bust fit better, you know? All right, so I'll see y'all later. Okay, so before I sew the center front together, as you can see, I already did the neckline and the armhole. So I'm going to pin it right back to the mannequin. And what I want to do is, I want to fit the bust a lot better before I sew everything together. I'm going to fix here and here. I'm going to fix here. Okay. I'm going to fix here. Fix here. Oh. It's difficult to pin this because underneath it's just a hard plastic. Okay, all right. So I'm going to pin to the sides here. Let's pin to the sides. Let's pin to the sides. Let it pin more. Do the same for here. Pin to the sides. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna pinch here because I really want it to have like a bust. Like I really, you know, I'm gonna pinch. Right underneath the bust. Because I wanted to really fit the mannequin. I wanted to fit it very close. By the bust. So you see? So I'm gonna put a dart here. I'm just gonna stitch here and here. Now some of y'all may have to do this to y'all mannequin. Some of y'all may have to stitch on the side. I don't know if I want to do that. Should I? To get it to fit more. I think it's okay the way it is. Should I put a dart there so it could fit better? And it looks kind of strange. I think I'm just gonna, I don't know. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it. I don't want to do anything to it. I'm gonna leave it. I'm just gonna place a dart here and here because I want it to fit really tight right here. I really want it to fit tight here. Let me get my marker. So I'm just gonna mark here. And it's just gonna fade off, you know, like that, you know. That's it. So you're just gonna stitch like that, simple. And I'm gonna leave the pins on. And I'm gonna take the pins off the mannequin. Okay, so I finished sewing the side seams together. And let me show you what the inside look like. This is what the inside look like. So I just have to iron this and add in, the final thing is to add in the zipper and to fix the hem because the hem is uneven. So I am almost done with this. I'm going to use this zipper here and I'm going to place the zipper here so hopefully it's not too long. It looks like hopefully my zipper will fit because I don't want to cut it. Okay, it looks like it just fit, you know, because I don't want to cut the zipper. So all I have to do is put the zipper in and fix the hem and I shall be done. Okay, so this is what what it looks like. I sewn the shoulder seams and the side seams together. This is what the inside look like. So all I have to do is put the zipper and fix the hem. Hopefully the zipper fits. I don't want to cut it. I'm hoping it fits. Just barely making it. It just barely make it. Barely. I am not gonna cut it. I'm just gonna leave it the way it is and make it work. You know? But the zipper is a little bigger, but I'm not gonna cut it. So I'll probably will do the hem and then I probably will fix the hem and make the hem, you know, one thing and just get it out the way and just make it one thing. Because I don't want to cut the zipper. The zipper is kind of long. It's too long. So we'll see how I'm going to fix this. How am I going to fix this? All right, I'll see y'all later. Okay, so the last part is the hem. I'm going to fix the hem. So I think it's like 33 and a half. 33 and a half, right? Let me see what this is. Okay, it's a little short. So I'm gonna do 33 and a half. So I'm gonna mark 33 and a half right here. $33 and a half. you know, just to get it to look a little decent. Okay, that's it for now. So, I'm just gonna mark where I want my hem to be. Okay, so that's how I'm gonna have it. Okay, so this is the dress form, this is the mannequin. So all I'm gonna do is zip up the back. It would be good if I could open up the side seams, but I'm just gonna leave it the way it is right now. It will lay better if I open up the side seams, if I iron it out. Okay. I want to make sure that it's centered in the front and back before I zip it closed. Make sure it is centered. This is split right here. Okay. Okay. You know, probably need to pull it down more. Need to try your best to get more center, lining up with the mannequin. Okay, that's it. And then if I want to drape it, I can. I could just stick pins in there. Wow, no issues. Let me see. Okay, this is attached. Let's see if I have a piece of fabric that I don't need. Yeah, so like I'm just using scrap. Like if I want to, you know, drape this, I can drape it on my mannequin. Now I don't have to, I could stick the pins in and it could hold it up with no issues. You know, so there you have it. I ran out of fabric, that's why the bottom looked like this. So, yeah. Whoops. So, the pins, so that's pretty much it. It's done, it's complete. It's my custom mannequin. Now I could drape, make tops, make dresses on myself using this mannequin that fits me exactly. All right, that's it. So I guess I'll see y'all later. Bye.